We are live now.
Great. Good morning. You're with the Energy, Utilities, and Technology Committee. It's Monday, June 1st, and we're having a work session today. And in a moment, I'm going to ask committee members to introduce themselves. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence. I represent Southern York County, the towns of Kittery, York, Ogunquit, Elliott, South Berwick, and half of Berwick. And I'll ask my co-chair, House Chair Representative Berry, to introduce himself as well, too.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Seth Berry, and I represent House District 55, which is Bowdoin, Bowdenham, almost all of Richmond, and beautiful Swan Island on the Kennebec, which is now open for visitors.
And going around the committee, we'll go to Representative Foster.
Good morning. I'm Steve Foster. I represent District 104, which includes the towns of Stetson, Exeter, Charleston, Garland, and Dexter.
Great. Representative Kessler.
Good morning. My name is Chris Kessler. I represent District 32, which is part of South Portland and a little smidgen of Cape Elizabeth. Happy Tuesday.
Representative Ziegler.
Morning, I'm Representative Paige Sigler. I represent District 96 in Waldo County, the 7 towns of Belmont, Liberty, Lincolnville, Montville, Morrow, Palermo, and Searsmont. And we had 2 very nice Memorial Day parades in Liberty and Searsmont yesterday.
Great. And Representative Wadsworth.
Good morning, Nate Wadsworth. I represent House District 70, Southern Oxford County.
Representative Carlo.
Good morning. I'm Representative Nathan Carlo, representing House District 16, which is Hollis, part of Buxton, and part of Saco. Good to be with you.
Great. Representative Cuddy.
Good morning. My name is Scott Cuddy. I represent House District 98. That's Winterport, Frankfort, Searsport, and Swanville, and I reside in Winterport.
Representative Grahowski.
Good morning, all. Hope you enjoyed the long weekend. Nicole Grahowski. I'm the representative for House District 132, the city of Ellsworth and the town of Trenton.
And also Representative Wood.
Good morning. I'm Barb Wood, and
I think we're having a little transmission problem. Go ahead. Why don't you do it again, Barb?
Okay. I'm Barb Wood, and I represent House District 38, the western end of the peninsula in Portland. And I was saying that I may fade in and out because I'm driving back from a lovely Memorial Day in Pennsylvania, heading back to Maine.
Great. And just to clarify for everybody watching, Barb is not driving. She's riding in a car. She is the passenger, so she is safe. Unless she has a British car and she's on the other side of the automobile, which I know she doesn't. So she is the passenger, and we do notice the cooler in the back. So it has obviously been a very good Memorial Day weekend full of hot dogs, hamburgers, and everything. And so we'll welcome you back to Maine soon. Okay, we're here for a work session today, and just to go over work sessions, I know everybody's heard it all before, but one of my duties as chair is to repeat this at every time for work sessions. So work sessions are different than public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for the public to come in and give their opinion on a bill and also submit written testimony to the committee regarding the bill. And we do hold those public hearings. This bill had the bill we're going to be doing right off first, the Pine Tree Power Bill, had a public hearing. It lasted 9 hours, and we heard from numerous people. This is not another public hearing. This is a chance for the committee itself to work on the bill. So the only people who are speaking and involved in the work session are the people on the committee, our analyst, Deirdre Snyder, and our clerk, Jordan Merrifield. We may have people that we invite in that we wanted to get additional information from or other types of things from. in the work session, but that will be as invitation by committee members. They will be beamed over from the attendees list. They'll respond to any questions from the committee, and then they'll be beamed back. It's not an opportunity really to debate or discuss the bill again. It's really an opportunity to answer questions from the committee that the committee needs to know to do its deliberations. It may be useful to remind people that video and audio is streaming today live over the internet, and it will be recorded, and comments of the members, the analysts, and whomever may be invited by the chairs to answer questions. All that will be picked up on microphones and be recorded. Participants should always mute themselves when they are not recognized by the chair. We start off each work session with a report. We start off the first work session on each bill with a report from our analyst on the bill and on the public hearing, just refreshing our memories on the public hearing and going over any of the issues we may have discussed or wanted more information on. So we're going to start off with that today, and I'll just have our analyst is Deirdre Snyder, who just came on the screen. And so I'll be laying before the committee LD 1708, and I'll ask Deirdre to read the title and begin with her analysis of the hearing.
Sure, I just sent the analysis and a sponsor's amendment. I'll pull up the bill analysis now, and I will make it larger.
Thank you.
So this is an act to create Pine Tree Power Company, a nonprofit utility to deliver lower rates, reliability, and local control for Maine energy independence. I've done the summary by sections of the bill, so I'll just go over that. It's a little bit long, so bear with me, but I talk fast. So section 1, this section of the bill establishes the Pine Tree Power Company board and specifies that board members are entitled to $110 per day plus expenses. Sections 2 through 4, these sections are related to the number of signatures that are required for a nomination petition for the Pine Tree Power Company board. The bill specifies a nomination petition must have the signatures of at least 300 voters and no more than 400 voters. Section 5, this section creates a new fitness to serve provision that directs the PUC to find a T&D utility with 50,000 or more customers unfit to serve, and directs the PUC to require the sale of the utility if the commission determines the utility has met 2 or more criteria of unfitness. The criteria specified are related to customer satisfaction, reliability, and cost. Current law contains a provision that allows the PUC to suspend or revoke the authority of a public utility upon a finding that the utility is unfit to provide safe, adequate, and reliable service at rates that are just and reasonable. The difference between these 2 sections is existing law applies to all public utilities, provides the PUC with discretion in making a determination, and allows a utility to correct an issue before suspension or revocation. The new section only applies to T&D utilities and is not discretionary, as it directs the PUC to find a T&D unfit and requires a sale of the utility if in the previous 5 years the utility has met 2 or more of the criteria for unfitness. Section 6 through 8, these sections add to the definition of consumer-owned transmission utility, distribution utility, the Pine Tree Power Company. Section 9, this section requires PUC investigation of proposed rate changes by the Pine Tree Power Company, unlike other COUs, which may use a process set out in statute if a proposed change in rate is for an increase that is not more than 15% of the utility's annual operating revenues, or it is for a decrease in rates. Section 10, this is the bulk of the bill. It creates the Pine Tree Power Company, a consumer-owned utility operated by a qualified non-governmental entity and governed by an elected board of 7 members, including 4 additional advisory members. The Pine Tree Power Company has all the powers and duties of a transmission and distribution utility under Title 35A within the service territories of the investor-owned transmission and distribution utilities, Central Maine Power and Versant Power, and they're referred in lots of places in the bill as the acquired utility or utilities, and is required to acquire the facilities of these existing investor-owned utilities. Elected voting members serve a term of 6 years. Expert advisory members serve a term of 4 years. It requires the board to adopt bylaws, conduct due diligence as is considered necessary, and to develop a transition plan and business plan for the Pine Tree Power Company prior to making a purchase price offer for any utility facility or utility property. It requires 4 years after the first meeting of the board, the submission of a report to the legislature on the effectiveness of the Pine Tree Power Company's governance structure and may include any suggested changes to the governance structure. The company is prohibited from owning or operating a generating source or from purchasing electric capacity or energy from a generating source, except if allowed by the PUC for reliability. It requires the company to contract through a competitive solicitation, an operator or operations team to provide system operations and maintenance, customer accounts management, customer service and information, and to assist in regulatory affairs, capital planning, and administrative services. It specifies the board considerations when evaluating bids and allows the board to consider additional criteria and to determine the period in terms of each operations contract. It specifies the employees of the operations team are private employees with all the rights and responsibilities of private employees. It requires the operator to hire any person who was an employee of the acquired utility at the time of acquisition who is qualified, non-exempt employee subject to a collective bargaining agreement of the acquired utility. It requires the operations team to offer acquired utility employees a retention bonus of 6% of annual gross pay for the first year and 4% of annual gross pay for the second year. And it prohibits the operations team from contracting with other businesses to perform work that could reasonably have been performed by qualified non-exempt employees. It also requires the operations team to assume retirement benefit obligations to the employee of and retirees of an acquired utility unless those obligations remain with the acquired utility. And it requires the operator to honor and maintain the terms of any collective bargaining agreement. It requires the company to purchase or acquire by the exercise of eminent domain all of the utility facilities in the state owned and operated or held for future use by an investor-owned T&D, and allows the company to purchase or acquire by eminent domain any other IOU T&D property the board determines is in the interest of its customer owners by issuing debt in accordance with Chapter 9, which is about issuance of stocks, bonds, and notes. It prohibits acquisition through purchase or eminent domain for 12 months from the effective date of the chapter or 6 months after the first meeting of the board, whichever is later. The board is required to determine a purchase price offer to be made for the facilities and other utility property and must include compensation for the cost of preparing and submitting necessary regulatory filings and must deliver notice of the offer, including what is to be purchased to the IOU T&D. After the offer is made, it allows the IOU T&D to submit a counter offer within 30 days. If the board rejects the counteroffer within 30 days, the IOU T&D may petition the Superior Court of Kennebec County to determine and order an alternative purchase price. It requires the use of a referee or referees, which are neutral third party that will hear a dispute and report back to the court to recommend a repurchase price. And the final decision of the Superior Court is appealable to the law court. If the purchase does not occur and after all appeals are resolved, the company is authorized to take the subject facilities and utility properties by eminent domain at the final price determined by the court and in the same manner under the same conditions as set forth in Title 35A, Chapter 65. The company is authorized to adopt rules. Any rules adopted are major substantive rules. The board is authorized to hire a director, support staff, and counsel. It specifies that additional assistance and counsel can be provided by the Office of the Treasurer, Office of the Attorney General, Maine Municipal Bond Bank, Finance Authority of Maine, Maine Public Utilities Commission, Office of the Public Advocate, and others. It specifies that all initial activities and expenditures of the board prior to final acquisition of the utility facilities and utility property must be funded by short-term debt of the company that is to be retired in the initial financing and acquisition of the IOU T&D's facilities and property. And it specifies that a debt incurred by the board for its initial activities and expenditures is guaranteed by the retail customers of CMP and Versant and are to be recoverable in rates. It specifies that no debt or liability of the company is a debt or liability of the state or any agency or instrumentality of the state, and the state or agency or instrumentality of the state may not guarantee any debt or liability of the company. It specifies the company is tax exempt and requires the company to make timely payments in lieu of taxes at the same time that the acquired at the same rate that the acquired utility paid to any municipality, county, or other political subdivision. It specifies the proceedings and records of the company are subject to the freedom of access laws and also specifies which records are confidential. It requires the company to submit an annual report and an initial 5-year plan to meet initial affordability, reliability, decarbonization, and connectivity goals. It requires the PUC to impose such conditions on the acquisition of all utility facilities and utility property in the state owned or operated or held for future use by an IOU T&D as it determines are necessary to protect the public interest during the period between the effective date of this chapter and the date on which ownership and control are fully assumed by the company and the operations team. It also requires the PUC to take all necessary actions to ensure that the IOU T&Ds and their owners cooperate fully and cost effectively with the company during the transition in ownership and control. Section 11 of the bill requires PUC to examine all laws that may be affected by the act, needs to be changed as a result of the act and eliminated as a result of the act, and any modifications that may be needed to effectuate the purposes of the act, and report to the legislature no later than 6 months after the first meeting of the board. Section 12 requires the terms of the initial board members to be staggered and specifies how those terms are staggered. And Section 13 of this bill, it requires this act to be submitted through a referendum vote to the voters of the state to become effective, and includes the question to be asked. It requires this vote to take place at an election in November. During the hearing, which Senator Lawrence referenced was several hours, there was a significant amount of testimony received on this bill, both in favor and in opposition, including some that were neither for nor against. I didn't summarize all the testimony, just at a very broad 30,000 foot level. Most in support sort of said that Mainers need to take control of their T&D system, and many contended that the LEI report stated that this is fundamentally constitutional. Those in opposition raised several constitutional issues and other issues, since this is likely to be litigated, and said that this could impede the process of going forward with meeting clean energy goals and also planning for beneficial electrification. Over here, I'm not going to go through these one by one now, because there is a sponsor's amendment, and the sponsor had reached out to me to draft an amendment to this bill to address many of the issues raised in testimony, or suggested amendments raised in testimony on the bill, including what's listed here, and also requested whether I had any issues that I was raising in the bill, and the amendment would address a majority of those issues as well. So I'm going to probably stop in a second, ask if there's any questions, and then go to the amendment. But I will just point out one sort of amendment offered in the bill that's not addressed in the amendment, and was echoed by several people, was sort of an opposite approach. And instead of creating this company, the idea was to sort of create a better framework for PUC to oversee investor-owned utilities, and that there maybe should be a stakeholder framework to address issues with existing utilities, and implementing other policy reforms, such as the use of neutral third parties to conduct long-term system planning and remove that function from utilities. So that's obviously not in the sponsor's amendment, but that was also echoed by a few people as well. So I'll stop share on this for now, see if there's any questions, and then I can go to the sponsor's amendment.
Are there questions from the committee for Deirdre? Deirdre, I do have some questions, but I think what I'm going to do is allow the sponsor to present his amendment, and maybe that may answer some of my questions. But one question I do have is, I take it you expect a fiscal note on this bill, correct?
I would assume maybe there would be someone. I don't want to guess on fiscal notes. That's not my expertise area. So I think we'll see what LFPR comes back with.
Okay, great. So I'll go to Representative Barry to present his amendment. Excuse me, Representative Barry. I'm sorry, excuse me. Are there any other questions for Deirdre? I don't see any. Representative Barry, why don't you present your amendment?
Great, thank you, Senator. And I will be happy to have our analyst present the amendment. I think it'll be easier for her to share the screen and walk everyone through it. But as Deirdre has said, the plan here would be to accept all of the, what I would characterize as friendly amendments recommended at the hearing by disinterested parties, independent parties such as the Public Utilities Commission. As folks know from the hearing, the Public Utilities Commission would fully oversee and supervise both the transition and the new entity, the Pine Tree Power Company. I think that with these additional amendments, there will be the additional clarity that the Public Utilities Commission is looking for. That is absolutely critical. Another key provision was a little more clarity around tax increment financing districts, because as you recall, there is a very important provision for payments in lieu of taxes, or pilots, to replace property taxes to municipalities. So just a little clarity around the TIF districts is included in this amendment. And another piece that was raised was for members of the board, a little more clarity around disclosure and transparency in the elections process. There is this nonpartisan elections. It's not partisan the way that our elections are, but nonpartisan the way that county commissioner is, for example. But there is a clean elections provision, and so we would be adding the additional financial disclosure and transparency requirements that are in law that we are all accustomed to from our elections. So those are just a few of the high points, but I think it would be best if Deirdre kind of walked us through it point by point, so you can see each of those amendments. And again, looking for primarily the clarity that the Public Utilities Commission was requesting on a few key things. So Deirdre.
Okay, so let me pull this up for you. And I did send this along with the bill analysis this morning. So the first piece here within the amendment, Representative Berry just referenced that the bill as drafted allows for mean and clean election funding, but was silent on sort of campaign finance. So this makes an adjustment to Title 21A to specify that the candidates for the board of the Pine Tree Power Company are also governed by that section regarding campaign financing. And then there's another piece within the amendment later on that sort of ties these two pieces together. In this part here, the fitness to serve provision that I discussed a little while ago, the bill originally said by January 1st, 2024, and it just says no earlier than January 1st, 2024, so that there's some time, I think, for the PUC to sort of do this analysis and make a determination on whether a T&D utility is unfit to serve. And this doesn't just apply to IOUs, this would apply to all transmission and distribution utilities, so this could have impacts beyond this Pine Tree Power Company. In this part here, section 10, this is the bulk of the bill. This is the chapter 40 part that creates the Pine Tree Power Company. There's several amendments and I'll just go through those as they come up. So this piece right here in A was because this is sort of the requirements of meeting residency for, having been in a legal citizen of the United States for at least 5 years, having lived in a district for a certain amount of time. So we were establishing a date certain in which to measure if those requirements are that's met. So as of the date established for filing a nomination petition. So at that time, if that person meets these requirements for residency, then that's sort of the threshold for determining the eligibility. In addition, because reapportionment occurs where the Senate districts may flip, this could occur at a time when somebody's been elected to represent a certain Senate district area. And if that changes within their term, this is language just specifying that if during this time the member's place of residence is no longer included one of the 5 Senate districts the member was elected to represent as a result of reapportionment, that member can continue to serve the remainder of the term. So that's just a clarity there. If this happens during a term, they would just serve the remainder of the term, and then the next time around, that would be captured. In addition here, this is that language that ties back to the first one I talked about, which is the main campaign financing, just specifying that the candidates for the board are subject to those requirements in Title 21A, Chapter 13. This language here is just kind of clarification language because it uses terminology saying that they're, in the provisions in Title 21A concerning nonpartisan elections within the bill, but in 21A doesn't refer to it as nonpartisan elections. So this language is just to say the nominations of candidates elected for the elected voting members of the board is governed by 21A Chapter 5, Subchapter 2, and the determination of the election is governed by 21A Section 723A. So substantively, it doesn't change what was doing in the bill. It just removes terminology that's not referenced in 21A. So that's more of a technical cleanup. This change here, I think, was an issue brought up with the Secretary of State's office of the terms of the board members, and so it was just switched to lengthen that to January 1st to December 31st for voting, elected voting members, and then to then correspond those changes to advisory members from March 1st to February 28th. This change right here, this paragraph 2, is just an incorrect reference. So that's a technical fix. This piece here is about vacancies of the board. So in the bill, the way it's specified a vacancy to be filled referenced a manner that state senators would use for a vacancy, and that doesn't work since the members are non-partisan or not affiliated with a party. So that process sort of talked about primaries and different things. So this is just clarifying that piece to specify that the Secretary of State should establish the deadline, and that, you know, within 180 days that the vacancy needs to be filled. And it talks about the manner in which that should be done, but gets rid of, you know, it talks about the non-nomination petitions for the special election as opposed to referencing the way a state senator would be voted in to fill a vacancy. So it's just kind of clarifying, again, the intent, which is this is non-party members and not party members. Let's see, operations. So this was allowing the company to contract with separate operators for each of the service territories of the acquired utilities, because I think PUC had raised in their testimony that there may be differences in how you would operate CMP service territory versus Versant territory. So it's giving them ability and flexibility if there's a need to have separate operators for both, that they could. In addition, this is also attempting this last part of the paragraph to address an issue raised by PUC, I believe, in their testimony, and that it's giving the commission the ability to review any contract between the company and an operator, and that the commission could approve, reject, or approve with conditions any contract between the company and an operator before it takes effect. Sorry, it's just easier to scan this way. This is allowing, again, this is, I think, there's something raised in the commission's testimony about not acquiring both utilities at the same time. So this is saying by a vote of at least 5 of the elected voting members of the board, the company can delay the purchase of one of the 2 investor-owned utilities in the state and proceed with the purchase of the other. So if they wanted to do that in separate processes, that they have the ability to do that with a majority vote of the elected voting members. This is just a technical cleanup fix. This is another point of clarity, is just specifying in this whole slew of stuff on the process for the acquisition of the utilities, and then the ability to do taking by eminent domain, that if any time during the process the company and the IOU reach an agreement on a purchase price of all utility facilities and property, that the sale can be finalized in accordance with that agreement. So if any time in this process, whether it's, you know, at the court or they're using eminent domain, if there's an agreement reached, that can happen. I think that was the intent all along. We're just making that clear here. This piece here, I think, was raised by both PUC and Fermin Renewable Energy Association. That's sort of, you know, energy billing agreements, these long-term contracts. There's many different kinds of obligations and contracts and agreements in place with the utilities, that those 2 would transfer to the company, and that they would have to continue with those contracts, obligations, and agreements, and that the parties that are party to those contracts, agreements, and obligations would have to accept the assignment of the investor-owned utility to the company. So it's just maintaining those agreements in place and not disrupting long-term contracts and things of that nature. This piece here, this is clarity. So this is a piece regarding initial debt of the board. So the original language was a little unclear and confusing for me, and also I think the PUC also found some issues with that language, the way it was written. So this was just redrafted to meet what was the intent of the bill, to basically say that notwithstanding any provisions to the contrary, debt incurred by the board for its initial activities and expenditures must be considered by the commission to be just and reasonable expense incurred on behalf of the customers of the state's IOUs, and must be fully recoverable through the transmission and distribution rates charged to those customers. So again, that was sort of what was trying to be said in the existing language, but that language was not quite drafted correctly. So that's a technical fix. This change in 4004, and there's an accompanying change in 4006. This was suggested by the treasurer of the state, to specify, instead of what was there, that debt or liability of the company is not a general obligation or moral obligation of the state or any agency or instrumentality of the state other than the company, instead of the language that was in the bill. So that was clarity that was requested on their behalf. In this piece right here, Representative Berry referenced earlier, just specifying that in addition to taxes, payments in lieu of taxes, that the rates charged to the company has to include sufficient amounts to fully replace payments made under any tax increment financing agreement that was in existence with an acquired utility, and that would be subject to all the terms of the agreement and the statutory limitations on recipients' use of tax increment financing funds. Again, I just mentioned 4004, that's the corresponding change in 4006. And we're getting close to the end. So in section 13 of the bill, the referendum question, this is just notwithstanding the provision that sets out the question in statute, just so that there is no confusion or issue raised with the idea that the fitness to serve piece is a separate subject than the creation of the Pine Tree Power Company, because there is a relation. So that was put in there for clarity under that. And then obviously just relettering, renumbering any non-consecutive part, letter, section, or number to read consecutively. So that's the amendment. It's described in the summary in about 14 places, and it includes several places that are just technical errors or clarity of existing language.
Great. Mr. Chair, may I?
Yep, go ahead, Representative Berry.
Just a thank you to Deirdre for crafting that based on the excellent feedback that we did have. I think there were some nice clarifications in there. Some of them, to be perfectly clear, I think, are not critical to the bill, but are helpful just to bring a little peace of mind to certain stakeholders. I want to emphasize again that this full transition will be overseen by the Public Utilities Commission, and that the way the bill is drafted, it does provide for, pretty extensive timeline and an orderly timeline for the transition. So we would pass the bill. It would be sent to the voters in November. If the voters approve it, then the clock starts ticking for elections. You elect the board next November, and then the board has a period during which it does its due diligence, right? So there's time for the board to contemplate some of the issues that LEI recommended be looked at that are really about business planning. And then they can also vote to extend the timeline if necessary. They can approach each utility individually, especially with the helpful clarification that we have now in this amendment. And they can then proceed with, attempting a negotiated buyout. And if necessary, they do have the ability to go to the Superior Court and through the refereed process, establish the adequate price. I'm very hopeful based on the experience that we've seen in other jurisdictions, Winter Park, Florida, Jefferson County, Washington, even all of Long Island, which was a bigger transaction, that this can be a very orderly, efficient transition. It's wonderful that we don't have the need to separate the pieces of the grid and carve them out because that does add a lot to the cost and sometimes to the legalities. So I think we have a very, if I do say so, and thanks to everyone that participated in the process, I think we have a very clean bill here that is really uniquely positioned for success, but also does allow for some flexibility along the way. If things come up, next year or the year after, there is that opportunity to make further adjustments along the way. So I hope that the committee, appreciates the amendment, and again, want to just say thank you to everyone that worked so hard on this bill and came to the public hearing on all sides of the issue to testify, to weigh in. This has been for me a 3-year journey, and it's an important one because the grid, the poles and wires, the monopoly poles and wires that we will depend on for our entire clean energy future, really does deserve the very best business model. And I think, whatever we believe that business model to be, this is a very important question that we all need to confront and finally, once and for all, give an answer to. So this is our opportunity to give an answer. I'm happy to take any questions about the amendment, or, if I can't answer them, I'm sure Deirdre can.
Great. So I am going to, before I entertain a motion, go to questions for Deirdre, and either on the amendment or on her original report, and for the sponsor, to see if there are any questions. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's important to me that the Public Utilities Commission does oversee this transition and have the authority that they need to. Can you just confirm, Deirdre? I think that that this amendment covered their concerns in their testimony, but I haven't gone back and double checked everyone.
I believe it does. I don't want to speak for the commission though and say that the way I drafted it covers all their concerns, but I think it attempted to cover their concerns, except for one, which I believe was the unfitness to serve piece, that they wanted the ability to have flexibility to not force a sale, that they didn't have to say if they found somebody unfit to serve that they have to sell. That piece is not specifically addressed in the amendment. So other than that, I would say that the attempt was to address their points, but I wouldn't want to say that it actually achieves that without having the commission weigh in on that.
Great. Representative Berry, did you want to respond to that?
I do. I went over the outline of these amendments verbally with Mitch Tannenbaum at the PUC, and we had a great conversation. We did discuss that last item where, rather than the fitness to serve test becoming, essentially optional, that there would be the ability for the PUC to determine the terms and the timeline of that required sale. So that was really the only place that we made a slight deviation from the PUC testimony. I think Mitch, and I don't know if Mitch is here, but it looks like Garrett Corbin is here. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Bartlett is here. So maybe with your permission, Senator Lawrence, we could call him in to just sort of weigh in on this.
Jordan, why don't you beam over Commissioner Bartlett? Great. Commissioner, do you understand the question?
I think so. So I think I do sort of appreciate the work of the sponsor to address a number of the concerns we raised. There are a couple, I think, comments I would have, I think, with respect to the concerns that we raised. In terms of the fitness to serve, one thing to note is that it seems to be based on ratings and surveys and not any kind of objective criteria. That's your policy call, but that's a little unusual in the way it's structured, but we certainly can work with it. One of the issues that we pointed out in our testimony, or questions that we raised, was how do you deal with prudence review and really holds folks accountable? And that comes up in a couple of ways. In terms of the initial costs, my understanding of the way this is worded is that any initial costs, including staff, legal fees, et cetera, incurred by the board, must be determined just and reasonable and passed on to ratepayers. So that it's just important to recognize that that is giving the board a blank check, and there really is no meaningful oversight that PUC would have in how those funds are spent. Similarly, once it's operating, it's not clear to me whether we would be assessing penalties against the operator or not, whether the prudence review would extend to them. If not, I think one of the challenges we have with consumer-owned utilities is that we don't have the same kind of mechanism to penalize them, because if you penalize a consumer-owned utility, you're generally penalizing the customers themselves. So I think that's just an important clarification that would be helpful in the bill. If the intent is for us to be able to penalize that operator, that would be good to know. And also just to be clarified that the fitness to serve, once you have a consumer-owned or public-owned utility, that at that point that applies to the operator, I assume. But I just want that clarification. The other point that just occurred to me now as I was listening to the analysis is that it requires that within 18 months or 12 months after the board meets, that the board must determine a purchase price and deliver an offer to utilities. There is a provision for a delay, but it seems to allow the delay of only one of the investor-owned utilities. So and maybe I'm wrong in how I'm interpreting it, or I'm missing another provision. But it does seem like the board might find that the 12 months is not enough to do all the due diligence, or they have some remaining questions or aren't ready to go. So you might just want to clarify that any purchase could be delayed if the board didn't feel like they were ready to go forward, particularly given that the costs are going to be directly sent to the ratepayers. And I guess the final point is that if a lot of expenses are incurred by this board to try to take over utility and it fails, again, we assume that that is intended to just, whatever those sunk costs are would just be paid for by ratepayers, but that would be worth just clarifying if possible. So happy to answer any other questions.
Any follow-up with the commissioner? Representative Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Bartlett, for being here. One piece of information or subject that has not been brought up, I don't think, during all of this, during the hearing or discussions we've had on this, is what would the PUC's role be during the interim? In other words, when this goes to court during litigation, you'll still be overseeing the utilities. However, we are going to be in a different state of operation, certainly, and investment and so on and so forth during whatever that time period looks like. Has the PUC thought about this? And if not, I'll put you on the spot and ask you to comment on what you think might be the case under those circumstances.
Yeah, I will say that this is a bit of what keeps me up at night, thinking about how this transition works, because there's a lot of work that needs to be done, obviously, in terms of upgrading the grid and improving reliability and those things. So, I think we would continue our normal process of regulating the utilities. One concern that I think we pointed out and some others pointed out is that if there is action underway to procure the investor utilities, that may change the level of investment or how much they are ensuring that they're meeting various reliability standards and so forth. So, we would catch up with that eventually, but we might not know right up front, right? So if the utility is not making some of the upgrades that they would normally make year to year, we would eventually see that, but it might be late, right? It might be once the problems emerge and we can penalize the IOU, but that it certainly could change their behavior and impact service. So I think one of the things that we would be thinking about is how to ensure as best we can a smooth continuity while this is playing out. We also, I think, would have a role in determining, in both assisting, it sounds like, the board, but also in in doing some of the initial analysis and drawing initial conclusions on potentially purchase price and things like that. So any decision we make that gets appealed, we usually are defending it in court. So this is I would expect we would have a small team that would be focused on this pretty much full time for a number of years. So this probably goes back to Senator Lawrence's question about the fiscal note. We haven't analyzed that yet, but I think one of the things we will be trying to figure out over the next few weeks, if this goes forward, is what kind of staffing we would need to devote just to this project. Because I do think it would be difficult with our current staff to maintain all of the oversight and the rate cases and everything else we're doing, and be able to see this transition through properly.
Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Commissioner Bartlett, I guess looking more closely at my concern for ratepayers, their service costs and so on and so forth, you don't see that decisions the PUC would be faced with or requirements you would put forward to the utilities would be affected by this? In other words, if a utility is fighting a court battle and we go 2 years, 5 years, 10 years in this, I guess I would wonder how the PUC could force certain requirements on them when they don't even know if they're going to own the business. Neither the utility nor the PUC knows for sure that they are going to own the business at the end of this or not. So I guess I'm curious as to, it would seem to me anyway, the PUC would be in a hard spot to enforce actions under those circumstances. I would guess that might lead to more litigation in fighting whatever the PUC required of the utilities under those circumstances. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think that's possible. It really depends on the actions by the utility. We can and would enforce our rules and do everything we could to provide oversight. I think where it gets tricky is if the utility is a little less concerned about our views or about litigating things at length because they're not going to own this long term. Yeah, it could be trickier. I think if they make different investments decisions, that could absolutely impact customers and costs. And as soon as we saw that, if there was any violation of our rules or serious degradation of service, we would take action. But I do think that if the investment behavior of the utility changes, that will impact customers. And I think we don't know yet how it will play out. So a lot of this will depend on the management decisions made by the utilities, and we will do our best to provide oversight. But this will be challenging. I think it absolutely will be challenging, and we may find certain aspects of our work or our orders litigated more than they might otherwise be, because there's not the same expected long-term interaction that the utility would expect as they do now.
Representative Kessler, question for the commissioner.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. I wanted to ask you about the concern about holding COU accountable for poor performance, and how you were saying that there's really not much of a mechanism to hold existing COUs accountable. How do you see that play out in other areas of the country where, COUs have to have accountability to their customers, and therefore, if that structure is not working, they elect new members. They may hire new contractors to service the grid. How have you seen that play out in other places?
I'm no expert as sort of in other jurisdictions, but I would say we do have tools, right? So even with our consumer runs here in Maine, if we think that service is substandard, we can open an investigation, for example. and get to the bottom of it. We can enforce our rules. But my point is that with an investor-owned utility, you can assess a penalty, and those penalties can add up over time. You can have earnings disallowances that significantly impact the bottom line. So that is a slightly different kind of tool that you don't have with COUs. And I think you could have it with an operator if it were permitted to make a prudent determination and to disallow certain costs or assess a penalty. But that's just my point. And I think we're talking about potentially a statewide utility that's going to be very large. And I think the key question is, how effective will our oversight be? And part of it depends on how many tools we have. So we have some tools with COUs, we have more tools with IOUs. And I think this may take some time to figure out collectively between where we need legislative authority and where we can make regulatory changes to ensure that the utility has the incentive to provide the maximum benefit to their ratepayers.
Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks for being here, Mr. Bartlett. So I know you said you need a little bit of time to figure out how much staff it would take to kind of staff up over the PUC to handle this. Do you think you could have that number figured out by Friday? To me, it seems like it's part of this bill would be the PC staffing and transition for if this bill moves forward. So that would be great if you could have that.
Yeah, we can at least give you an initial assessment by Friday.
Any other questions for the commissioner? Representative Kessler?
Yes, thank you. There was a comment made about the existing investor-owned utility potentially under-investing in the grid because of ongoing litigation, and how that would be slowing us down from meeting our climate goals and decarbonization goals. If in fact that were the case, would you see that as contributing to and say that leads to like higher outages or lower reliability, higher costs? Would that play into the fitness to serve criteria?
Oh, absolutely. And I think there's two different things, right? So there's sort of some minimal standard providing reasonable service. And then there's additional investments that are going to be needed in the grid in order to facilitate load growth through EVs and heat pumps, and by supporting distributed generation and storage and all of that. So those are, I think, two separate buckets. I mean, if the investments create serious reliability problems and service adequacy problems, then that's where we would step in and issue an order. That might take some time, right? So there could be a period of underinvestment, then the problems emerge, and then we would could assess penalties, do a full investigation, order them to make changes. So we can deal with that on sort of minimum service level. In terms of additional investments in order to upgrade the grid, those are a bit more discretionary, and that's not a place where we would likely be able to order big increases, just unless we could link it to adequacy of service.
Other questions for Commissioner Bartlett? Representative Berry?
Just a comment, and I apologize, Chair Bartlett, that having talked with Mitch, wasn't able to loop back with you and share this amendment. I know our analyst is working hard on it this weekend, but I think there may be a portion she can shed light on regarding your first concern expressed this morning regarding the provision for delay. So I'm just going to ask if she can explain that part of it.
Great. I was admittedly reading fast.
Yes, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
So the amendment adds an additional ability to delay so that they could, just acquire one utility first and not both at the same time. But in the actual bill language, I believe there's a piece already that says that they could delay by a date certain by at least 5 voting members of the board to go forward with any sale at all, so that there was some flexibility for the board members to not to delay the initial purchase or acquisition. And then there's a secondary piece that allows delay in the context of just pursuing one instead of two. So the amendment just adds that additional, discretion of the board and how they're going to purchase, but the existing bill already had the ability to delay the purchase overall if they found reason to, or they needed more time to make an assessment, or for whatever reason, as long as it's a majority of the board.
Any follow-up? Any other questions for Commissioner Bartlett? I do have one, Commissioner. In thinking about that argument of perhaps a COU, if it looks like it's going to be bought out, does not have the incentive to do the things the PUC is saying for investing in the grid, for anything else, is it possible we could craft something into the bill to allow that to be factored into the selling price and essentially reduce those costs from the selling price?
I'll think about it. I don't know. I mean, I think ultimately the selling price is going to be determined by the courts in terms of, because what you're dealing with here is a taking, right, of property. So I do think that when it gets to underinvesting that leads to serious service quality problems, that we can deal with. And once we are seeing those problems, we can do investigations, we can impose penalties, so we can claw back some costs if they're making imprudent decisions. It would be after the fact, as it normally is, but we could do that. I think the challenge is, what you want is to create an environment where the utilities are making the kinds of forward-looking investments to accommodate the anticipated needs of the grid. That's why we have 2 pending proceedings, one looking at grid modernization to better understand what's needed, and 2, one looking at performance metrics to make sure that we are coming up with a way to measure whether utility is meeting its obligations or making the decisions that are in line with public policy interests, and then factoring that into rates. So those are 2 things we're doing. Those will continue, and we would do our best to continue to apply those to the existing utilities. I think but it's also just important to remember that the PUC doesn't operate utilities, right? We are reviewing decisions made by others. And I think the point that we raised, and I think a number of other folks may have raised in their testimony, is that this will change the decision-making process in all likelihood for the owner and operator of the investor-owned utilities. So how that plays out ultimately is anyone's guess, but it certainly is the kind of thing that worries me a little bit. And I think that ultimately is what this trade-off is about. Transitioning to a consumer-owned utility has the potential for significant benefits, I think has been pointed out, but there's also significant risk, especially in that transition period where we're heading into sort of uncharted waters, and I think we don't know exactly how it's going to play out. And we will do our very best to ensure as smooth a transition as possible and to hold the IOUs accountable right up until the day the assets are transferred. But I also think it's important to recognize that this kind of undertaking just inherently is going to have some risk.
Understood. Any other questions, Representative Berrien?
Just an observation on that point. I think certainly there are examples in the private and public sector where a sale is conditioned on, certain improvements being made, and the value of those improvements is baked into the price, and the price paid upon the handing over of the keys, if you will, is conditioned on those the full value if the improvements have been made, or a lesser value if not. So, the logic here of, having the PUC oversee all of this and, apply their usual standards of scrutiny is exactly what we're looking for. Making sure that any incremental improvements made, which do add to the value and will help the current owners of the grid to make a little extra money, on the way out, are included. We want to make sure that there is an incentive to continue to modernize the grid during that transition period. And, similarly, if I were to, sell my house, but, damage it on the way out the door in a clear way intentionally, I would be, subject to some recovery. I would probably get sued later on, and would need to pay for whatever damage I had inflicted on my property, because that was not the terms of the agreement that I signed. So I think it is important to recognize that there's risk in any way to proceed. There's certainly risk of continuing with the status quo. As we heard again and again at the public hearing, we have the worst reliability in the nation, bar none, over the last 5-year period. We have the worst customer satisfaction ratings in the nation, and JD Power is the gold standard. It's what CMP used to use to tell us what a great job they were doing, back in the day. And we have the 10th highest rates in the nation. So I have a hard time seeing the living with the risks of the status quo. And I do recognize that there's risk in either path. But I'm confident in our PUC, our fantastic staff there, that this way is the best path forward. I recognize too, Chair Bartlett, that it does create more work for you during that transition period. But I think we have just the team to shepherd us through this historic and crucial transition under your leadership there. So we don't want to keep you up at night too much, but we also want to make sure that we do go forward in the best possible path for Maine. And I'm confident in your abilities there. And we may need to give you some additional staff. I think that's if there will be a short-term investment required for this transition. The LEI report recognized that and incorporated it into their calculations. That was baked into the economic calculations that Dr. Silkman also produced. And I don't think anyone has ever been under the impression that the transition period would be a cakewalk. But the larger calculus here is that what we have now is not the way to power our entire economy going forward, right? So that's the judgment call of the legislature, and I just want to, bring everyone back to that higher level question, because when you get down in the weeds, it's sometimes hard to keep track of that.
Okay, I just asked in order for us to get through today, that we focus on questions, and we save the arguments for when we have a motion on the floor. There's going to be plenty of time for that. But I'm trying to elicit and get questions answered before we go on to a vote. Representative Foster?
I'm all set, Senator. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, other questions for Commissioner Bartlett? Seeing none, thanks. Jordan, you can beam him back across. And we are still on reviewing and questions for the sponsors amendment and questions for Deirdre on the bill itself. Questions? And I do apologize. I do have a series of questions I'm going to ask. I'll go to Representative Kessler first, but During the public hearing, I wasn't able to pay attention the way I normally would during a public hearing because I was conducting the hearing and we had so many people wanting to testify to manage, and people were changing the order and moving people around, that I didn't have a chance to pose questions or review the bill as carefully as I could. So I do have a few technical questions during this period, but let me go through first Representative Kessler's question.
Senator Lawrence, I would be glad to yield to your questions. Okay.
Okay, they may be long and boring and kind of technical, but first on the serving on the board and the election of board members, is there any prohibition against an employee of the company running for the board?
Is that a question for Deirdre or for
Yeah,
me?
for Deirdre or for you, Representative Barry.
Mm-hmm. I don't believe that there's anything in the bill that would prohibit it. However, and I assume you mean the Pine Tree Power Company.
Correct.
The Pine Tree Power Company itself is really envisioned to have a very limited staff. You know, an executive director, a chief financial officer, legal counsel. That would be up to the board themselves. But their primary function is to contract with a private operations company that would then, you know, perform the actual work. And
so I guess my question is there a restriction on, first of all, members, an employee of the company, but also of the contractor for running for the board?
So the short answer is no, but I would also emphasize that right now the board of CMP is made up entirely of employees of CMP.
I understand that. I'm getting towards how this board is going to function.
Yeah.
And I guess my second question is there any prohibition against an elected official running for the board? So could you be a member of Congress, the governor, a legislator, or a county commissioner, and also run for this position?
Again, in theory, yes. I strongly doubt that would happen just because of the incredible time challenges that would present. But just as I can serve currently as a select board member in Bodenham and also on the board, the bill does not prohibit that from happening, that dual role from being played.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And you mentioned they were subject to the election reporting. I know as legislators, we're subject to a whole different set of ethics and responsibility to the Ethics Commission during our service. Is the board subject to that too as well?
That is the intent of the amendment that we just put forward. Deirdre, if you want to just weigh in on that, that would be great.
So it would, that anybody on the board would be subject to what's entitled 21A, section, chapter 13, which let me just pull that up for my memory here because everything's jumbled in my brain right now. And that would be on campaign financing reports, all that stuff. And it also includes investigation by the commission, which is Ethics Commission, so that there's investigation ability. So anything within that chapter, which includes violations, penalties, enforcement of penalties assessed by the commission, including reporting requirements, the board is subject to that as well.
Okay. I guess I was getting more to not the election matters, but for example, we as legislators are subject to the Ethics Commission for our conduct while in office. So somebody can make a complaint if they feel we have a conflict of interest or something like that. My looking at this is the board would not be subject to that.
Senator, I'm aware that I need to file a statement of sources of income. I don't believe that the Ethics Commission has any specific jurisdiction beyond that. What we do, it may help to just remind everyone that there is a provision in the bill that requires full transparency of the board's proceedings, which we don't have now. So people can walk into the board meetings, and the board is subject to FOA. But again, they're not the private operations company, so that private operations company would be subject more to the similar provisions to what we have now with the PUC and their discovery process.
Well, I'd encourage you to go back to the session we had at the start of the legislature when we were trained on the ethics laws. And there is a whole set of rules that apply to us that somebody can make a complaint to the Ethics Commission if they feel like we're voting on something where there's a conflict or conducting our office in a certain way. And my reading of this is that the board would not be under those requirements. And it wouldn't be a process for making a complaint about the ethics of the board to anybody.
I'm open to adding that, Senator, if that would be helpful.
I'm just trying to figure out what's in the bill, and kind of how it operates, similar to other elected positions. Because again, I didn't have a chance to follow through when everybody was going through the technical details. And had I been a regular member of the committee, I would have been able to ask these questions before. So is the board, is it a corporation? Is it an LLC? What type of legal entity is it? And I guess, Deirdre, would you be able to answer that?
I think it's sort of more of a quasi state entity. So it's a public entity, sort of in line with other of the quasi entities that are reviewed by this committee. Although it is something to consider, there is some sections in law that require certain reports be filed, and that those quasi entities go under this review every 2 years. I don't think that, I'm not sure this fits in there perfectly, but that's not in this bill to require that sort of oversight. EMT is sort of another quasi one that's also not in there. It doesn't require that review, but it's the quasi public entity, non-governmental. I don't think it's an LLC the way I'm looking at it, or a corporation per se, or it's like this, like I said, quasi. I'm sorry, I'm not answering that well. I'm just.
I know what you're saying, and I was trying to figure out the same thing as I was going through it, similar to the Maine Turnpike Authority or something like that, is what you're trying to say. And I think Representative Berry may have a response to my question.
There is a portion of the bill where it's defined as a quasi-municipal corporation.
Municipal?
Quasi-municipal corporation, and also a municipal corporation, because the two have different applicability. So it is both of those things, and it is also a consumer-owned utility, which is something that we currently define in statute, and is obviously well understood, because we have 9 of them already operating in Maine.
And do you know if those are organized as LLCs, corporations, or do they exist in this state of a quasi-municipal?
It depends. The consumer-owned utilities in Maine generally fall into 2 categories. One is essentially a municipal or quasi-municipal corporation, similar to what we've configured here. Holton Water Company, Madison Electric, Van Buren Light and Power, Kennebunk Light and Power, for example. But we also have in Maine a different kind of consumer utility, which is the co-ops. We did look at whether this could be a co-op, and the short answer is no, because co-ops are limited in size under federal law. So we didn't have the option of co-ops. I often get asked about that. We could theoretically carve the state up into a number of small co-ops, but that would involve some engineering that would be perhaps a little more expensive. The economy of scale here is really with the quasi-municipal. So that's the organizational approach that we went with.
And I guess I'm wondering why quasi-municipal, where this is almost going to be statewide.
Yeah, so it does serve, the town's not served currently by consumer-owned utilities. 97 Maine towns, 97 out of 488 are currently served by consumer-owned utilities, either co-ops or munis, as they're called. And this is called a muni, but keep in mind, many of the largest consumer utilities in the United States are what are called munis, and municipal corporation, quasi-municipal corporation are some of the terms that that are helpful to understanding that. But municipal corporation doesn't mean it's one municipality. You know, Holton serves, I believe, parts of 9 towns. Madison, at least part of 3. Most of Madison. Kennebunk serves 3. Long Island. If you look elsewhere, though, all of Long Island, 1.5 million customers, I believe, are served by a municipal, quote unquote, municipal corporation. And the Sacramento Municipal Utility District is another. We've heard from them. They're the nation's leading large utility, getting to 100%. That is 1.5 million customers in, I think, 2 different counties of California, large western counties. And there are many others around the country that are similar. So the municipal corporation describes the governance structure more, and the financial structure more than it does the size or number of customers served.
Okay, thanks. So another technical question, it was described that these are nonpartisan elections. Does that essentially mean that they are not in the primary process, not to go through the primary process, but people who are members of political parties can run for them, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, good. And then, was there any discussion or any thought about board member liability? If you're elected to the board, what is your liability for malfeasance or things outside of your service on the board?
I don't think that this is materially different from other utilities that we set up that have boards, the other utilities over which we are currently presiding. I think there are some folks in the in the attendee panel who I suppose we could bring in to talk about that in a little more depth. But the number one liability that a board member would have is the possibility of getting unelected. But they don't make they make decisions over the contract and the structure of the contract, the competitive bidding process. They establish that relationship with the operations company, and then that whole agreement, that whole contract is under the bill also subject to approval by the Public Utilities Commission. And then the PUC, as Commissioner Bartlett has just discussed with us, would have the ability to, as provided for in the contract, to find certain decisions to be imprudent. In terms of liability, I believe that the similar to our capacity in the actions of the state, our role, our decisions as public officials, that they would largely be shielded from lawsuits. But maybe Deirdre can speak to that as well.
Yeah, I see Deirdre being put on the spot. That's a very complex technical question. I'm not.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing in the bill that talks to that, and I, without digging into that further, I would need to look into that further to say exactly how that works or not works.
Okay. And my next question goes to the termination of the company. Can somebody explain to me what that paragraph means?
Deirdre, do you have it in front of you?
4007, it says the company may not be dissolved or cease operations except by authorization of law, and if only if all debt and liabilities of the company have been paid for a sufficient amount for payment of all debts and liabilities and has been placed in an irrevocable trust for the benefit of the holders of the debt.
Thank you. Okay, so I can speak to that a little bit. The in order to finance all of its acquisitions, the consumer and utilities essentially borrow against future revenue. So the bond holders are very happy to purchase these types of bonds. Typically, they're tax exempt both to the buyer and the seller. That's why you get such a low interest rate. But in the event of a sale, the bondholders need to make sure that they do get their money back. So the proceeds of the sale would go first to the bondholders, and that's an important part of the financial agreement. Does that help?
Yeah, I guess it does. I'm getting to more of, let's say we're 10, 15 years out and a legislature in the future determines this is just not working.
Mm-hmm.
It's not working as a COU and they want to dissolve the COU.
Yeah.
How do you see that process working?
That's an interesting question. First of all, I don't think 10 or 15 years out that it's likely to happen because, I think that's where you really start to see the savings kicking in a big way. I'm aware, for example, that in the three examples where the municipality or region is chosen to municipalize, that they've actually seen benefits and savings. I mentioned 3 examples earlier, so I won't reiterate. But I suppose in the unlikely event that does happen, the value of the utility, the going concern value of the utility, would be as great or greater. Presuming that you've made some investments in the grid along the way, with low interest revenue bonds. The more you do invest, the more you save relative to the higher return on equity required for equity investments in the grid under the IOUs. So let's say that the utility, is purchased for, $7 billion, and 15 years later, it may be worth 15 billion, it may be worth 20, depending on how quickly we're investing in the grid and shifting to electricity for everything. So the buyers, the other utilities that are interested in buying this utility would then, be willing to pay more because it's worth more. The going concern value would include the future profits on that system, and so the equity that we have built up over time would be significant. It's like if you right now we rent the grid, right, and we pay a very a relatively high monthly bill, which is for the privilege of using the grid. In this scenario, once we go forward, what we're paying is actually paying down the debt to own it. So we're building up equity. So it's as if you're selling your home, but you haven't fully paid off your mortgage. Well, you're going to get money back on that. And that money could simply be returned to ratepayers in a trust that can be used to bring down rates in the future. Or it could be turned over to the state to reduce taxes, or a number of things that you could do with it. But that value would be first reduced by whatever we owe to the revenue bond banks, because they do need to be paid.
I understand that. I was just getting at trying to understand, let's say a future legislature, a future governor determines to sell the COU and turn it into an investor-owned utility. I didn't see anything in here about where that equity goes.
No, that would be a decision that would be made at the time as part of that law, and it would require an act of law to do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the freedom of access provisions, can you just go over them with me, Deirdre, again, so I make sure I understand them?
Well, and that's another thing I didn't get a chance to mention. This will have to go through judiciary for review because of the freedom of access provisions.
Okay.
I also had noted in my bill analysis that I imagine at some point this will have to be amended because what is confidential is pretty small, and there may be a lot of things that need to be confidential, especially things of the nature of sensitive infrastructure or things for cybersecurity reasons and a whole slew of stuff. And I'm imagining the board at some point would come back with legislation to fix that. But this right now, basically, the records that are deemed confidential are records obtained or developed by the company that a person, including the company to whom the record belongs or pertains, has requested designation of confidentiality, and that it's determined that the information gives the owner or user an opportunity to obtain a business or competitive advantage over another person who does not have access to the information except through the company's records, which is common in a lot of other freedom of access stuff we have about not giving competitive information out, and a record that contains uses or other non-public information regarding a customer of a transmission distribution utility. So customer identifying information would be confidential. And then there's exceptions. So following are not confidential and are public records, any otherwise confidential information, the confidentiality which the company determines to have been satisfactorily and effectively waived. Any otherwise confidential information has been made lawfully available to the public, and any impersonal, statistical, or general information. So that's the pieces that would probably be reviewed by the Judiciary Committee. There's also disclosure prohibited. The board member, employee, agent, or other representative of the company or other person may not divulge or disclose records designated confidential by this section, except that the company, in its discretion and conformity with the freedom of access law, may make authorization may authorize any of the following disclosures of information necessary, that information is necessary in connection with processing of any application for obtaining financial assistance for any person, to a financing institution or credit reporting service, information necessary to comply with federal or state law, regulations, or rules, if necessary to ensure collection of any obligation, and in any litigation proceedings in which the company has appeared, and pursuant to a subpoena, which again, some of those are pretty commonly used in other instances in statute. So it only designates a couple of records as confidential. Otherwise, the records are subject to freedom of access, but I have a feeling that this section in the future will have to be amended somewhat more, because I think there's a lot more confidentiality that would apply to the company, or would be necessary to apply to the company, especially to meet federal requirements of confidentiality, safety, security, that sort of stuff. At a future date, if this gets going off the board, and a board determines they need more confidential records.
Good. Representative Barry?
And I would just thank you, Deirdre, for that excellent explanation. I just want to add that we did want to err on the side of transparency, and if we need to increase the degree of confidentiality, going forward, we can do that. But I really feel strongly about the value of transparency here.
Okay, any other questions from the members for Representative Barry regarding his proposed amendments to his bill, or for Deirdre? Okay, we're at the bewitching hour of 12:45, so we'll be taking our morning break. For 15 minutes, we'll be back at 11, and just having any motions before the committee or debate or discussion at that time. So please mute your microphones and turn off your video. Okay, we are back, and how many members do we have back? One, two, three. Four. Five. Six. And I assume Representative Cuddy or Representative Wood are lurking out there somewhere.
I count 7 legislators.
Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, you're right. You're right. Great. So we're back at our work session going over LD 708. And we just have completed our technical questions for Deirdre and for the sponsor on his sponsor's amendment. And unless there are any other questions on this for them, I will entertain a motion and then we'll proceed to debate or discussion. Representative Grochowski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move LD 1708 ought to pass as amended by the sponsor's amendment with 3 additional amendments. The first of which is that I would like the Attorney General to report back in the next legislative session to the proper committee in the legislature on an ethics code for the board members, much like we have legislatively, but it would need to be different, of course, than the legislatures. So that is my first amendment to the amendment. My second is that anyone holding office at the state level is not eligible to run for the board. And my third is that in the section about termination of the company, that if there is any remaining equity after the debt has been paid, that it would be returned to the ratepayers.
Is there a second? Representative Carlo seconds. Okay, debate or discussion. No debate or discussion. Representative Foster, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You jumped into that. I almost lost you there. Thank you for the opportunity. First of all, just some comments on this bill before I cast my vote and in my reasoning for doing so in opposition. I feel that in spite of what's been said, this is definitely going to be an entity that is going to be run by a board that is going to have some political considerations, if not be politically motivated. And I'm very concerned about that. I think that we've shown in the past that the costs for government-run enterprises are generally speaking higher than expected. That's another concern of mine. I think that if this is a cost-effective way to manage the energy and the transmission of energy in the state of Maine, then if it's that good of a deal, we should certainly include the COUs in this project. And I am concerned. I think the consideration for the employees, current employees, is something that hasn't been raised a lot here. I think I did raise it, but what their status will be in the future after a brief period of time is certainly a concern to them. I think one of my largest concerns is the cost that will be incurred by the state and likely ratepayers as this litigation, which is almost a guarantee, goes forward, and how long that may take. I think that part of this bill that I'm concerned about is that, in my opinion, the legislature should take responsibility for its actions here. I don't see that this is something we should rely on, as we seem to do more and more nowadays, the voters to decide by referendum. It's pretty easy to say that. We will let them decide, but I think this is a big deal, and I think the legislature should be making those decisions. One of my primary concerns, though, is that this is definitely a government takeover of a currently private enterprise. I don't know what's next, but I don't feel that I want to live in a state or a country where we are doing such a move where that we're taking over private sector, if you will, concern, even though it is, as I think has been quoted, a guaranteed monopoly in this way. So I will be voting in opposition to the pending motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other debate, discussion, comments? Representative Grochowski and then Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's unfortunate that my colleagues, some believe that this is a government takeover. I myself am voting for a consumer takeover. It is our opportunity to acquire this grid that is a public utility, that is a monopoly for our own purposes as consumers, and that is what I am voting to support today.
Great, Representative Cuddy.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I am going to be voting for the proposed motion, for the motion that's been put forward. The discussion that we've had, the really great, long and thorough discussion we've had around this legislation has focused on a lot of the individual pieces, a lot of the individual trees as opposed to the forest at times. And when I remember why I first got excited about the notion of this legislation, it was because we have certain things in our lives that we absolutely have to have. If you want to be alive, you got to have food, water, shelter. Those are sort of the basics of life. But if you want to have a good economic life, you got to have electricity. That was a settled point years and years ago. If you want to have a decent economic life, you have to have that. We can now add to that, as we've all found out, you got to have good broadband. In today's life, you got to be able to have that. But electricity is beyond a utility. Electricity is a necessity in life. And why we turn over that necessity to private industry for their profit has never made a great deal of sense to me. We have tens of millions of dollars that we can direct toward purchasing a higher quality wire. So we'll have fewer interruptions in our power, or toward burying that wire, or toward offsetting the cost of renewable energy or transmission lines. That is currently, this money that is currently flowing out of the state of Maine, out of the United States of America, to foreign companies. And we need to do something about that. This legislation has been in the works for 3 years. It has been vetted time and time again. We continue to make improvements to it, but they are improvements that, in my view, are around the edges. The fundamental core of the legislation is solid. It is the people of the state of Maine, the consumers of electricity, taking charge. And I am excited to vote for that.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, thank you, Senator. And I'm going to echo what the representative from Winterport just said. I'm already starting to see the word socialist coming up, and it isn't a socialist attempt. That socialism means the state owns the means of production. And that's not true at all in this bill. It's the consumers who own the means of production, not the state. It's not a government takeover. The PUC regulates the electrical grid, and it will continue to do that. And that's regulation of a monopoly. This is not a government overtaking of a utility.
Representative Kessler.
Thank you, Senator Lawrence. I am going to be enthusiastically voting in favor of the motion, and I really do have to echo what Representative Ziegler had just said, and there really seems to be a difference in understanding about, the structure of ownership and what this in fact is. And I really just do have to reiterate that it is the consumers owning this infrastructure. And I just wanted to also just point out, as I go about my day and I'm on social media or I'm browsing the web and I'm seeing what the opposition to this bill is doing in the general public. It's really telling to me how they are going about trying to convince the public of how this may be a bad idea, because this is a rush job. We are not doing our due diligence, trying to pass it off on to the voters to decide. This has been a 3-year process with so much stakeholder input, it's ridiculous. And there's one particular ad that says to all of us, do your job. Do your job. If our utilities did their job, we wouldn't be here right now. So I am enthusiastically voting in favor of this motion. Just had to get that off my chest. Thanks.
Thanks. Any other debate or discussion? Representative Berry?
I just want to thank Representative Foster for his remarks and his perspective, and I fully appreciate that we will be voting in different directions on this question, but he and Representative Wadsworth and the other members of the committee who are concerned about this bill, I think are coming at it from similar values and similar caring about our state. I just want to appreciate that and say that I think we're all concerned about costs, about making sure that the transition to really a total reliance on the grid, the monopoly grid for all of our energy needs is done in the most cost-effective way. So, wherever this bill goes, I just want to say thank you to the whole committee for your dedication to that issue and to making sure that we do have an equitable and affordable transition. So, thank you.
Great. And Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be opposing the current motion. I can't support a government takeover of power. These companies are privately owned. They're not up for sale, and here we are forcing them to sell. And to me, that's government takeover of power, and I'm just not there yet. Probably ever.
Any other debate or discussion? Good, and I'll just conclude that I'm going to be voting in favor of this bill, and it's a decision. It took me a long time to reach. In fact, I didn't fully reach it until today with some of my questions and things like that. And it's a decision that I take knowing the risk. I mean, there is risk in this, no matter what anybody wants to say. But there is also potential reward. And the reward comes from the consumer-owned utility. I've always said that I believe that consumer-owned utilities are best for this type of situation, and my preference would have been if we had been able to do it incrementally over a period of years, decades in the state of Maine to convert our utilities to consumer-owned utilities, our T&D companies to consumer-owned utilities. That would be a less risky way to do it. And I'm concerned about, the impact of this may have on my primary goal, which is the objectives of climate change and what it means. But having said that, I think the bill is very well crafted. It's thought through very well. It's set up, you know, with an extremely, if you're going to do something like this, probably one of the best ways to do it. And in the end, I can't come up with an argument of why we should not let the voters decide this issue if this is what they want to do. Any other debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, if you could call the roll.
The motion is ought to pass as amended for LD 1708. We'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli?
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is a yes. Senator Stewart? Make sure he's not on the attendees list. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Berry?
Yes.
Representative Berry is a yes. Representative Cuddy?
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski?
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler?
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler?
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood?
Yeah.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth?
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon? Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster?
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo?
Yes.
Representative Carlo is a yes.
And the vote, Jordan?
That is 9 in favor, 2 opposed, 2 absences. And is there a motion to go along with the opposition?
Oh, not to pass.
Thank you.
Great, so the motion prevails 9-2. We will be having a language review, so we're not done with this yet. And we will have, I believe there's going to be a fiscal note on this, so we'll have to see what that is and deal with it. But we'll see this bill back again in the form of a legislative, of a language review. Now, as far as I remember, last week we were at the point of the Republican caucus getting back to us on their carryovers. Have we done that yet? Representative Wadsworth, do you have a list for us of what you guys want carried over?
I can't remember. I'm not sure if Rep Foster was going to look at that over the weekend or not.
And Representative Foster is panicking on Zoom.
Well, Representative Foster thought Senator Stewart was going to be here today. We, I guess, are questioning a little bit about what bills are coming up from here through the end of our work. And of course, that affects whether or not we need to even carry them over. So that's part of, I guess, where we're at.
I think you should assume that I think we've identified all our carryovers, and that everything we did not identify as a carryover is something that's going to be worked. So if there's something in that you want to be carried over and not worked and voted on this session, that's what we need to know.
Yep.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Representative Wadsworth?
What's the schedule for the rest of the day, Senator?
So we're going to review now and see what we have that we can begin to act on and do that. And we will be taking our noontime break. So I'd encourage you guys to use your noontime break, meaning the Republican caucus, to identify those you want us to carry over. And I think there is the sentiment on the committee to carry over those you want to continue working next session. So let us know, and then we'll come back this afternoon to work any additional bills we can work. We have 3 or 4 biggies left, and they are offshore wind, and I'm talking about 336, which is the research grid, and that's not ready to come through yet. They're still trying to work some details, so we're going to have to come back for a major work session on that. We have net energy billing, which I think Representative Foster can say, and Senator Stewart, we essentially split on the net energy billing committee, but Nicole and I have worked out our differences, and they have gone to Deirdre to be drafted. So I would expect that. They have not gone to Deirdre?
I haven't finished.
You promised you were going to stay up till midnight last night.
I did, and I didn't finish.
Yeah. So they're coming to Deirdre very shortly, and then we'll be back to the committee so we can report on that. And we will have to get the NEB committee together, subcommittee, just to announce what our results are, you know, what the final language is, and then report it back to the entire committee. So the entire committee needs to work that. We also have storage, and I think we lost Eloise, but we need to deal with storage, which is a big issue. We need to deal with the 2 moratorium bills on wind, and I hear from Nicole that that's coming to a point where we're going to deal with it in either today or within the next couple of days. And what are the other major ones I'm missing? But other than that,
the RPS procurement bill, that's also Senator Vitelli's bill.
Yep. So we have all those things to deal with. So my guess is we're going to be pretty busy while we're in session and on Friday as we try to wrap these things up.
And also 347, which is Representative Grochowski's on EV charging station.
Yep. She said she was nearly ready on that one, I believe, Representative Grochowski. Okay. Representative Foster?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think that we probably only have one bill that we may want to carry over, but we will check with Senator Stewart to verify that. Others, from what you've just described, I think the others will all be worked before we're done. Thank you.
Oh, and another big bill is we have the transmission line up to Aroostook County to work. And that's going to require a certain amount of fairly substantial work. Is there any bills now that people know of that we can potentially do before noontime? Do we have any language reviews, Deirdre or Dan? Oops,
I have one.
Okay. Why don't we do that language review now, Deirdre?
So this one is LD 1731. Hold on a second. I just closed it. Hold on. I went to hit it and then I closed it, so I can't share screen it.
We'll be very patient.
You should be.
Given all the time you put in, we need to be very, very patient.
So this is a bill that was voted last week. It's regarding the Belgrade Water District. So during the discussions, the committee sort of expressed desire to at least send a signal to a future legislature that you were in favor of this idea that the Maine DOT would be designing and installing the necessary infrastructure, and then it would be transferred to the inhabitants of the town of Belgrade. And I'm not sure if I accomplished this exactly, but I did put something in the emergency preamble specifying this process and that it's necessary for this to occur in order for the town of Belgrade to be able to take ownership of it. And then I tried to, in the summary, also sort of express this idea. It's not a directive like the committee says this is great and you should do this, because we really can't, and we can't bind a future legislature. But I was just trying to capture that was part of the discussion and part of the rationale for passing this bill as amended, and also to acknowledge that that was part of sort of the emergency preamble, that you wanted them to do this. We have to get this in place so all these pieces can fall into place. So I'm not sure if I captured that. I'll leave that to you when I'm done. And then the only other change here is in regards to the tax maps, and just put as a date as of June 1st, 2021. It's depicted on the tax maps as such, so that there's a place and time, if anything ever changes with the tax maps, that you can go in when this was enacted and say that this is what properties were encompassed in the territorial limits of the district.
Any questions for Deirdre, Representative Cuddy?
Yeah, not a question. I just wanted to say that was an issue that I was concerned about, that we signal a future legislature in some way that that we understood this at the time. And I think that's what you did by adding that sentence to the whereas is perfect. So thank you very much for that, Deirdre.
Thank you.
Any other questions or compliments for Deirdre?
I will accept more compliments. Go ahead.
Great. Dan?
I'm not going to go through them right now, but I will remind you all that I did send out this morning final language and fiscal notes for LDs 385 and 597. As the chairs are certainly aware, and everyone else may also be aware, the presiding officers have recommended committees begin conducting language reviews electronically. So I think, other than in certain circumstances where you haven't seen an amendment like that with Deirdre, we're going to plan on sending out final language and fiscal notes electronically with a sort of time frame for letting us know if there's an issue with it. In this case, later today, we'll go ahead and get those reported out.
Great. Any other questions on the language review, fiscal notes, other issues? So does any member have any other bills we can deal with right at this minute? Okay, Representative Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm willing to lay myself on the altar of sacrifice here and bring up 1435, which was
And what's the title to that?
An act regarding the solicitation of contracts for distributed resources that use renewable energy. It's an NEB bill, but if we want to take that up now, I'm more than happy to do so.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll lay that on the work session table. Any debate, discussion, motions?
Mr. Chair, I will leave it to members from the other side of the aisle to make a motion on this.
And I think that's a signal, Representative Barry.
I'm going to attempt to read Representative Foster's mind and move the bill ought not to pass.
So the motion ought not to pass. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Representative Kessler. Debate or discussion? Okay, Jordan, you can call the roll.
So the motion was ought not to pass on LD 1435, I believe.
Yes.
And we'll start with Senator Lawrence.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is a yes. Senator Vitelli. Senator Vitelli is absent. Senator Stewart. Senator Stewart is also absent. Representative Barry.
Yes.
Representative Barry is a yes. Representative Cuddy.
Yes.
Representative Cuddy is a yes. Representative Grahowski.
Yes.
Representative Grahowski is a yes. Representative Kessler.
Yes.
Representative Kessler is a yes. Representative Ziegler.
Yes.
Representative Ziegler is a yes. Representative Wood.
Yes.
Representative Wood is a yes. Representative Wadsworth.
No.
Representative Wadsworth is a no. Representative Grignon. Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster.
No.
Representative Foster is a no. And Representative Carlo. Representative Carlo. Representative Carlo is absent.
What's the vote?
That is 7 in favor of the motion, 2 opposed, 4 absences. Was there a motion to go along with the opposition?
Ought to pass.
Thank you.
Great. And are there any other bills that anyone can think of to bring up right now? Deirdre, do we have or have you recently done a list of what's actually remaining for us to be worked on?
Yes, I sent it to all of you on Friday. So
Okay.
that includes LD 101, an act to prohibit offshore wind energy development. LD 249, an act to eliminate the current net energy billing policy in Maine. LD 236, an act.
You don't need to go through them, Deirdre.
Okay, all right.
What I was gonna say is, I'm gonna suggest we break now for lunch. We come back at 1 o'clock. Excuse me, and we, each of us look over that list, and maybe chairs and leads will have a time to discuss in the interim, and we come back knowing what we're gonna carry over and a pecking order of what we're gonna start to deal with. Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay, turn off your video and your mic, and we will see you at 1 o'clock.
Energy, Utilities, and Transportation. Hi, Darlene.
I said, I have no idea what committee I'm on anymore. EUT, HCIFS, transportation's done, so.
Because you guys are efficient and get your work done over
You
there.
get it done, 2 hours, we're done. If they go over 2, I'm like, what?
Senator Diamond likes to make hay.
Yep, Danny Martin does too. Boom. I know one day they went like 2 hours and 5 minutes, and I'm like, I'm exhausted. I was really just teasing them, but you need to be done.
That's funny.
Yep. Rails and trails and sign bills usually are the ones that hold us up a little bit.
How we doing on getting people back?
Now we got 1, 2, 3. Oh, they keep bouncing around. 4, 5.
Did we lose Jordan?
You did for a couple of hours.
Okay.
Mandatory training that he had to go to.
Okay, well, wait a couple of minutes as people come back on. Deirdre, I think what the bills we may have to deal with, may not have to deal with, but may have available to deal with are 347, 582, 1350, and then we're going to figure out if Senator Stewart wants a carryover on 1107.
Did you say 582, Senator?
He did.
Because we don't have a 582.
And I lied.
No.
528.
Okay.
And Deirdre, I just got a text from Representative Wadsworth saying that it looks like Representative Stewart wants to carry, Senator Stewart, I'm going to get this right one day. Senator Stewart wants to carry over on 634 and 1107. And on 249 and 583, I believe those are NEB bills.
Yes.
And we can just vote on those and take them out as divided.
Correct.
We have Trey and I and Representative Cuddy, not Trey, Nathan and I and Representative Cuddy here. Nicole, Representative Foster, and Representative Ziegler. I'm going to wait for one more. Good. We have Representative Kessler here now. And Representative Barry. I think we're waiting for Senator Vitelli. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. We're good to go. So let's do the easy ones first. And I'm going to suggest we do the 2 carryovers. So I'll lay LD 634 on the table. And Representative Wadsworth.
Mr. Chair, I move to carry this bill over until the second regular session of the 130th legislature.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Foster. Debate or discussion? Okay, Darlene, if you could call the roll.
Sure. Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is absent, Senator Stewart, absent, Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Cuddy,
Yes.
Representative Grohowski,
Yes.
Representative Kessler,
Yep.
Representative Ziegler.
Yes, and can you make it so that we can do a gallery? Because all I have is a blank area on my left side, which means somebody has in control of the sharing right now.
Okay, let me finish this and then I'll see what I can do. Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth,
Yes.
Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster
Yes.
and Representative Carlo is absent. 8 in the affirmative.
Okay, the motion prevails. Next, I'll lay on the table LD 1107. Representative Wadsworth.
Mr. Chair, I move to carry over 1107 until the second regular session of the 130th Maine legislature.
And is there a second? Representative Foster seconds. Debate or discussion? Darlene, if you could call the roll, please.
Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is absent. Senator Stewart, absent. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Cuddy,
Yes. Sorry, couldn't get the mute
Okay.
off.
Representative Grohowski,
Yes.
Representative Kessler. Absent.
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Okay. Representative Ziegler,
Yes,
Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth,
Yes.
Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster
Yes.
and Representative Carlo is absent. 8 in the affirmative.
Okay, 8-0.
Yep, 8-0.
Thank you. So we'll now do LD 249.
Before we start that, Representative Ziegler, if you move your mouse to the top of your screen, there should be a little thing that says view. And you need to switch it so that you can see everybody.
it's on gallery right now.
It is.
Yeah.
And I can't change it either.
Okay, well, somebody has a share screen and that's why. It's okay. I don't need to see some of these faces. I've seen them before.
Sorry about that. It could be Jordan when he left too, that put it that way.
I don't know. I'm seeing gallery and
I am
everything's normal. So I don't know if that's on your end, Representative.
Okay, well, I'll keep trying.
Okay. So let's do LD 249. And Deirdre, if you could just read the title.
LD 249 is an act to eliminate the current net energy billing policy in Maine.
And I take it, Representative Wadsworth, you want an unfriendly motion? So I'll look to Representative Barry to do that.
I'll try to be respectfully unfriendly. I move the bill out not to pass.
Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Cuddy. Any debate or discussion? Okay, Darlene, if you could call the roll, please.
Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
Senator Vitelli is absent. Senator Stewart, absent. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Cuddy,
Yes.
Representative Grohowski is absent.
Yes.
Oh, there we go. Representative Kessler,
Yes.
Representative Ziegler,
Yes.
Representative Wood, absent. Representative Wadsworth,
No.
Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster
No.
and Representative Carlo is absent. 6 in the affirmative, 2. Which way you guys going?
Ought to pass.
Just straight ought to pass?
Yep.
Okay. And 2 ought to pass.
So the motion ought not to pass prevails. We'll take up LD 583. And Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure this is.
You could read the title, Deirdre.
Thank you.
An act to repeal the changes made by Public Law 2019, Chapter 478, an act to promote solar energy projects and distributed generation resources in Maine. It's Representative Hanley's bill.
Thank you. And that, I will move this bill also respectfully ought not to pass.
Second.
Moved, seconded by Representative Ziegler. Debate or discussion? Representative Wadsworth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the real work that this committee is going to do is going to come under NEB subcommittee, which you guys are working, and I believe that's going to go into Representative Barry's 936, if I look here. So that's just why we're moving these bills right now, just for clarity. So.
Yep. Good. Any other debate or discussion? Okay, Darlene, if you could call the roll, please.
Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
Senator Vitelli, absent. Senator Stewart is absent. Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Cuddy,
Yes.
Representative Grohowski,
Yes.
Representative Kessler,
Yes.
Representative Ziegler,
Yes.
Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth,
No.
Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster
No.
and Representative Carlo is absent. 6 in favor of the motion and 2 in opposition, and that would be ought to pass. Ought to pass as amended.
Ought to pass.
Ought to pass. Okay.
Great. So the motion prevails. Now, Representative Grohowski, are you ready on your EV bill 347?
I'm literally texting with Mr. Corbin about it right this minute. So
Okay.
we can have this conversation out in the open if we'd like. That's fine with me.
That's fine. And I see he's on as an attendee. So do you want me to bring him over as an attendee and lay the bill on the table and you can ask him your question?
Sure.
Okay, and Dan, is this your bill?
I'm working on it. Yes, it's Representative
Okay.
Grohowski's bill.
I recognize that. Yeah, I recognize that. It's been a while since we let OPLA sponsor bills. Okay, Darlene, could you bring Garrett Corbin over?
Sure. It's on his way.
Good afternoon, Senator Lawrence, Representative Barry, members of the committee.
Thank you, Garrett. And Dan, if you could just read the title of the bill.
Sure, I don't have that up actually, just a second. An act to facilitate Maine's climate goals by encouraging the use of electric vehicles.
Okay, so I'll lay this on the table and Representative Grohowski, you had a question for Garrett Corbin from the PUC.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would note to committee members that the place we're working from is the amendment that Mr. Tartikoff shared at our most recent work session. And one of the questions that came up since that time was, this is something really different and new for us to be considering. And so some members had an interest in maybe converting this to, I think we would call it like a proceeding with a review and a report back, and then the legislature would authorize what might be the recommendations of the PUC regarding changing the rate structure. So I don't know if Mr. Corbin could elaborate on, that seems like something pretty standard that we do, but does the timing of that change the workload in a concerning way for the PUC, for instance? It seems like similar amount of work as what's currently being proposed that the PUC was okay with, but I wanted to make sure that that process worked within what you see for the next year of your work, or less than a year now. I guess it's already June, half a year.
Well, thanks for the question, Representative Grahowski. I think my first observation is that the electric and gas division at the PUC is stretched very thin right now. So I think in our testimony on this legislation, it was a while back, but if I recall, we were suggesting that we are, there are some pilot programs along the lines of what's going on in place right now. And so I think if I understand correctly, the intent might be to, rather than having the commission move forward with a rate case on this, proceeding to actually establish these rates. The proposal is to have the commission evaluate various, sort of draft proposals. In that case, I'm afraid I need to get back to you on whether or not we could do that in one of our existing cases. But either way, if your question is in terms of timing, the date that I'm seeing in this amendment is November 1st of this year. Would be the T&Ds would be directed to develop and submit by November 1st the proposed schedule. And I'm just trying to find the date. The shortest answer, I guess, is the longer we have, the more helpful that is to us. But I recognize that committee will need time next year to evaluate a report. So it would be helpful, I guess, to me if you could just tell me the specific time frame that you are proposing.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Representative Grahowski.
Thank you. I think right now you indicate that there is this deadline of November 1, which does leave it somewhat open-ended for the PUC to have that review happen. That's how it's currently written. I would be comfortable with giving you as much time as we feel we can with our shortened legislative session next year. I don't know if that means, we see what good work we can do and we really put our nose to the grindstone in this committee. So I don't know, maybe middle or end of February seems fine to me to still have learned about it and made an assessment by mid-April. I don't know if committee members have discomfort with that, but I hope that would be an adequate amount of time since there is stakeholder engagement, et cetera, happening right along in tandem with utilities developing their proposals.
Mr. Corbin, will that date work for the PUC?
I believe so. Yeah, thanks. I think that the more time, the merrier, so to speak. So I was hoping you'd say mid-May, mid-June next year, but I'm just kidding. I think that's, as long as it's, not right, in December or something, I think that should be helpful, the added time. Thanks.
Representative Barry?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the thinking behind this. It certainly is a new world of rate design that we're pushing into, and just speaking for myself, I'd like to see frequent check-ins and adjustments if necessary by the legislature to make sure that we're not shifting cost in any way that we didn't anticipate.
Representative Wadsworth.
Yeah, so I'm struggling to find the amendment, but it sounds like what Rep. Grochowski is proposing is to turn this into a resolve, really, with a report back to the committee, and then we would report out a bill next year. Is that what I'm hearing?
Representative Grochowski, is that accurate?
Not exactly. I don't think that something needs to be a resolve in order to report out legislation. There's aspects of this bill, especially related to the efficiency main trust, that most definitely cannot go into a resolve. We do need to amend current statute. I think you're right, however, that there's a little bit of a parallel there between what the PUC would be facilitating and then our approval of it, that one could say is like a resolve, but we cannot turn this bill into a resolve.
Dan, do you have the ability to bring up the amendment?
I do. I had the same question as Representative Wadsworth. I'm not sure I understand what is being proposed. There's two portions of the amendment that was distributed last time. There's what was tweaks to the original bill, which would set rates for supporting EV charging stations. And then there's this new portion that makes changes to some of the EMT EV funds. And I understand that is what Representative Grochowski was referring to, the later portion that needs to go in statute. And I would agree with that. It's not clear to me what is happening, though, with this earlier portion of the bill.
Representative Grochowski, go ahead.
Thank you. So for instance, in the part you're showing right now, I think it would say the commission shall review rates to support electric vehicle charging stations, but we wouldn't have them actually doing the approval aspect of it. But they would still direct the transmission and distribution utilities to develop and submit by November 1, et cetera, there. So just at the point in time when they would be doing the approval, that's when they would be, instead of doing that, reporting back to us to report out legislation on their findings.
Would it be your intent to have that in statute, or is this a one-time proceeding?
That's a good question.
If it's a one-time thing, you could mirror the same framework in some of the language and just put it all in unallocated and not have it be in statute.
I think that's appropriate, because then this committee would report out any appropriate statutory language next year that needed to be allocated from henceforth at that time. I'm comfortable with that approach.
Okay. And it sounded like the date you were looking for on a report back was mid or late February of 2022?
Yes, and that was sort of open-ended to my fellow committee members on maybe at that point we'll have worked out all of our carryover bills by then, and we'll be glad for something different to talk about. Or maybe that's wishful thinking.
Okay. Any other questions? Do I have a motion? No motion?
Representative Barry has his hand
I'm
up.
sorry, Representative Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still stubbornly raise my hand the old-fashioned way. I move the bill ought to pass as amended, with the amendment being the one before us with the additional amendment just outlined.
Second.
It's been moved by Representative Barry, seconded by Representative Ziegler. Debate or discussion? Okay, Darlene, why don't you call the roll?
Senator Lawrence,
Yes.
Senator Vitale is absent, Senator Stewart, absent, Representative Barry,
Yes.
Representative Cuddy,
Yes.
Representative Grohowski,
Yes.
Representative Kessler,
Yes.
Representative Ziegler,
Yes.
Representative Wood is absent. Representative Wadsworth,
No.
Representative Grignon is absent. Representative Foster,
No.
Representative Carlo, absent. 6 in favor, 2 in opposition, and how are the other 2 voting?
Not to pass.
Not to pass. Thank you.
Okay. That takes care of 5 bills. I need to track down Senator Vitelli. So I'm going to put the committee at ease for a little while I see if I can find out. She may be in leadership meetings, so let me see if I can find that out. So why don't we come back at 1:50? If you could just put up a message, Darlene, that would be great.
I could, but I don't know how.
Don't
We
forget
don't use it here.
Don't forget.
I can do it.
You can do
Okay.
it? Okay.
Yeah.
If you could mute yourself and turn off your video, please.
Will do.
Okay, great. Just checking in to see if Senator Vitelli has joined us.
I believe she has.
She has.
Yes, good. So we got one bill left to do today, and that's storage, the LD 528. And this is Senator Vitelli's bill, so I thought we'd make a stab at this today. And then everything else is going to be dealt with on Friday. So we'll lay that bill before the committee, and I'll just recognize Senator Vitelli to tell us what is going on. Senator?
I'm here. I have an unstable internet connection where I am, so doing my best here.
Okay.
So, forgive me, have you heard from Deidre, and do you all have the amended version of this bill before you?
Do we have the amended version, Deirdre?
So we did do a bill analysis. I drafted an amendment, Senator Vitelli, and sent it to you, but it has lots of questions on it. So I had not sent that out to committee yet because I wasn't sure it was completed, but I could go over what's in there. And if there's time, go and delete the comments, at least to send that to the committee members.
You want to do that, Senator Vitelli?
Looks like she's frozen.
Yeah, sorry, this internet connection is not good.
Could you hear me? Oops.
I could hear you.
You want to stop your video and see if your audio will work?
I did stop my video.
Okay.
And I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you
Okay.
fine. And my question is, do you want Deirdre to bring up that copy of the amendment she sent to you with her comments still in it and us to go over it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Okay.
So since you can't see it, Senator Vitelli, you'll have to bring it up on your screen on your end. But I'm just going to ask Deirdre
I
to
actually
start.
can see it.
Oh, you can. Oh, that's right. We just can't see you.
You can't see me, but I can see your screen.
Okay. Okay. Great. So Deirdre, I'll just have you start walking us through the amendment.
Okay, so the first part here, the first section changes the energy storage system development goals from 100 megawatts to 300 megawatts by December 31st, 2025, and 400 megawatts of installed capacity by December 31st, 2030. Then it specifies beginning January 1st, 2031, and every 2 years thereafter, the Governor's Energy Office shall set the state goal for energy storage system development. My question here was just where would these goals be set, because the Governor's Energy Office doesn't have rulemaking authority. So I was just curious if that was going to be sort of just put on their website, or they'd come back with a report for prior to that 2 years and let the legislature know, and then those would be put in statute, or exactly how that mechanism would work. The second piece here is just some editing. Oops, I lost it. Of wording. I think some of this may have been suggested by the Efficiency Main Trust. So it's pieces about, instead of saying achieving reductions in demand, it's saying reducing or shifting demand or balancing load. And that is also mirrored in the next section's amendment as well. There's a date change here that was to move this up a little bit more time. So instead of December 1st, 2021, move it to December 1st, 2022. This next part is new. It's creating an energy storage pilot program. So the Efficiency Maine Trust would be required to conduct this pilot program to provide energy storage systems to critical care facilities, including but not limited to hospitals, healthcare facilities, fire departments, emergency medical service departments, police departments, etc. And this is a new section. I had a question on this as far as time frame goes, because there is no specific set of time except for start reporting in 2022, whether this should be allocated or not allocated, depending on what the intent is. And this was proposed to be in an existing section as a fifth option, but that didn't make sense there because those were just considerations, and this isn't actually a directive to do a pilot program, so it's a new section. Down here, again, it puts a date in certain for the rate design investigation at the PUC of December 31st, 2022. The bill was silent on that, and that they could do it in coordination with other related proceedings. There was a question in number 2 about trying to have this schedule mirror the 2-year update of the Governor Energy Goal, Governor Energy Office setting goals for storage. And I just wanted some clarity on that piece because I didn't, if so, that would probably have to be allocated in statute. And that was a question for me. Then this last part here is requiring the Governor's Energy Office to study and do an energy storage market assessment. Again, I was unclear with the date certain on this, if there was a time frame by which they had to have this done, because some of the reading of it is looking at stuff between 2021 and 2030, and was not sure if we were looking out that far or something a little bit closer in time. And so this is all about creating this, having this market assessment be done. And it also includes that funding and staffing and consultants in an amount not to exceed $100,000 would be provided by the PUC, as well as reasonable technical, legal, and other assistance, including the provision of requested information. So other than that, this other part of it speaks about what should be included in that market assessment. And it would require a report back to committee, and I'm supposing the committee can report out a bill based on that market assessment.
Eloise?
So I'm not sure, Deidre, that I've seen that exact version of the amendment.
I emailed it to you probably like a week or 2 ago. I'll find it and resend it to you.
Okay. But to go back to the top, I think the intent there is that the target for megawatts for storage would be reset every 2 years based on a similar process to the market assessment that kept the balance of storage and generation at a similar relationship. So that was something that we were going to ask the GEO to do. So again, I don't have that same language in front of me, but I think that's correct from my intention.
Anything else, Senator? Senator Vitelli? Okay, I think her internet is too unstable for us to try to do this storage bill right now. So what I'm going to suggest,
of the pilot program for critical facility. Can
Okay, I think what I'm going to suggest is that we have Deirdre and Senator Vitelli work to get the language the way she wants it, and we take it up on Friday. It sounds like her internet is too unstable right now.
I apologize. I think that's true. I may or may not be back. I can't tell.
Yeah.
But you all
Okay.
froze. So
Okay.
probably best in efficiency's sake.
Okay. So we'll leave that for Friday. Unless somebody has anything else, that concludes the work we're doing today. I believe Representative Grochowski, will you be able to do the moratoriums, the 2 moratoriums on Friday?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And we have the NEB bills, which we will deal with. We will have transmission, RPS, storage. And is there anything else, Deirdre, that I'm missing? Representative Berry?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's my intention to revisit the change package, the governor's change package, because I've been working hard on my own thoughts about it. I felt that last Tuesday's vote with, I think, only 8 members of the committee at that time certainly didn't reflect my final position. So as Deirdre said in our memo, some of us had some questions. I was one of those, and I'm working hard to get answers. So I think that I will want to revisit that on Friday, possibly even sooner if the Appropriations Committee needs it to be sooner. Although I recognize that will be challenging while we're in session. So just want to flag that as an additional piece of business.
Okay. Deirdre, Deirdre, did I miss anything?
I mean, just technically from a procedural standpoint, you did open a work session on the bill, so you probably should move to table.
Okay. So Representative Berry moves to table. Is there a second? Seconded by Representative Wadsworth. All those in favor? Any opposed? Nope. So it's tabled. Anything else, Deirdre?
No.
Okay, so I'd encourage everybody who has those bills to get Deirdre language as soon as possible. We don't want to be working at it on the fly on Friday. We want to have the language before us on all those things. So please get your language to Deirdre, over the next couple of days. And with that, we'll see you all tomorrow at the State House for the first time in, 15 months?
Yep. At least.
Okay, take care.
See you all soon.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.